Take two. Not only did I learn to fix my old phone, but I learned to fix this one too. I'm glad I got a similar phone. It's basically the same thing, but upgraded, so it actually helped. You spend a long time learning a phone, and you don't want to get the new ones. Luckily, this is similar enough that I was able to catch on real quick. I decided to switch up. I got interrupted. As a matter of fact, before I get started, I want to make sure. Give me a second. I wanted to play some more Ratchet and Clank. And I'm gonna be ordering the new one soon. And this is not something I usually say, but if there's anyone who would like to support the stream, I have a request. Send like an Amazon gift card or whatever, donation if you guys want to. Completely up to you. A good one to send would be about $10 for lunch. So if you don't have a lot to part with right now, then $10 would be pretty good. I'd always appreciate somebody helping me with lunch. that would help support the stream. That would help support me. I could do this more often, and then I wouldn't have to worry about work. Another one would be about $25 because a lot of the games I'm getting is about $25. And better make it about $30 because of tax and all that stuff. But 25 or 30 is fine. Either one. This is actually probably the first time I've ever mentioned this. I've been doing this for a good while, since 2019. I was on Instagram for a while, and then I switched up here because I can't stream on Instagram right now. So since I started, I've never really done any of this stuff. So, but I think it's important, and I do have a bachelor's degree in business. So, look, the world is what the world is. If you don't ask, you'll never get it. If you don't ask, the answer is always no, right? So, this is just me mentioning. I could use some help, for the stream. I'd like to order some more Jack and Daxter. If anybody would like to help me out with that, that'd be great. I don't want to share my personal information for obvious reasons. So if you would like to donate to the stream, just add a note next to it, $10, hey, enjoy your lunch, or $20, hey, buy a new game. Even any money at all, even if you want to donate $10, not necessarily for lunch, I can put that towards my next game and 2 or 3 people or whatever. Another good one, a really good one, if anybody would really like to help me out, would be about $50. $50 would be a pretty big donation, but there's a couple reasons why I'm mentioning it, because that would help me get multiple games. And something I'm doing a lot of is playing multiple games. So, yeah, in the end, this is going to be a pretty pricey endeavor. So, anybody would like to help me out, that'd be great. Or just, help me out in general. After that would be a really big ask. But there are other things on my wish list, like, for example, PlayStation. I'm looking for a new PlayStation. I mean, I don't know if anybody has that kind of money, but for now, we're keeping it old school with PlayStation 2, and I'm perfectly fine with that. might actually upgrade to the PlayStation 3. That might not be too hard for me to do. So I might look at the PlayStation 3 to see if there's any games I want to get. And I think there's actually a couple PlayStation 4 games I want to get, so I don't necessarily need the PlayStation 5. And I know they're not backwards compatible, so I have to. And but I think there's like a couple that like might work or something. I've done a little research about it. Like the 5 might be able to play some of the 4s, but I've also heard that it's like a little bit finicky and it's not like operating correctly. So I've kind of heard like good and bad reviews about it. So anybody that knows, do I need the 3? Do I need the 4 and the 5? Do I need the 3 as well? Do I need all 3 of them? I am looking to get possibly the Nintendo Switch. I've never had another station before. I've had the very old Nintendo 64 back in the day, and pretty sure I think I had a Sega for a little while because I was playing Sonic for a while. I grew up on Sonic, so I must have had a Sega. I don't know which one I had though. I don't think it was the Dreamcast. I think it was the original Sega. There was a Sega Dreamcast and there was a Sega something else. I don't remember anyway. But I don't think I ever had the Dreamcast. Never had the GameCube or any of that stuff. I would like to keep it somewhat finite though, because I don't want to get all the game systems. Like I said, what I'm looking for is a Nintendo Switch and then a new PlayStation. Those are the 2 I'm looking at. But a really big huge ask is I'm looking for a new computer. Both of my computers are fine, and I'm actually looking for a new tablet as well. Both of my computers are fine. My tablet is fine, and my computer is fine. But I do need a better one, and specifically for streaming. But until then, I'm using my phone. I'm getting it done. So, but if you enjoy my content and if you'd like me to see me, improve, have better content, do some of my computer games, etc., then let me know. And then I'll put like a donation thing and like how far am I away from my donation, etc. I'm also trying to start a GoFundMe, just in general. So I'd like to start a comic book. There's a bunch of stuff I'm trying to do. I think I might want to get back into my art. I've been talking about gaming a lot, but they're related. They're related because I'm an illustrator, right? So I like character design. I like all that stuff. So the reason why I've been talking about gaming, because gaming has always been inspiring to me. I play Magic the Gathering. I play Yu-Gi-Oh. I don't really play Yu-Gi-Oh anymore. I haven't kept up with it since they did the pendulum thing. But I don't know. Maybe I want to get back into it. It may not be so bad. Plus, I heard something about getting rid of the pendulums and like some kind of point system. It sounds interesting. I don't know. I have to like learn into it. But as long as they do a good job at the points, as soon as I heard it was like a point system, I'm like, oh man, what if they assign points to the wrong cards? Like Pot of Greed should be like really expensive in my opinion. So I believe that from what I understood, like everything was legal, and you can have as many copies as up to 3. I think it was as many copies up to 3, and then all this other stuff. I'm like, man, and then like the point system was based off of like whatever you get 100 points, and Pot of Greed is worth 10 points or whatever. I don't remember all the details, but basically each card is assigned a certain amount of points, and you can have as many cards in there up to 100 points. But you have to have 40 cards in your deck and whatever. So 40 divided by 100, whatever that is. Actually, it doesn't quite work, but it's probably not 100. It probably was 1,000 or something. Yeah, 40 divided by 1,000 or something, whatever it was. So, and basically you can, kind of play around with what cards you would like, and then maybe there's cheaper cards or something. I don't know. I'll have to look at it. But I was like, as soon as I heard that, I'm like, that sounds good in theory, but I bet it's really bad. Because in my experience, I've played a lot of games. I love Magic the Gathering and I love Yu-Gi-Oh, but they are not very good at being. They're not very good at creating a balance, like at all. Like, think about this for a minute. You have Dark Magician, which is a 2 sacrifice monster, and you have Blue Eyes White Dragon, which is a 2 sacrifice monster. There's no balance whatsoever. Now, you could argue that Dark Magician and Blue Eyes White Dragon are equal because of their support cards, and I could even argue that Dark Magician might actually be a little bit better because his support cards are a little bit better than Blue Eyes. But they both have a great deal of support, especially the newer cards like Blue Eyes White Legend, and well, that's not newer, but it's newer for me. You don't realize how long I've been playing Yu-Gi-Oh. So Blue Eyes White Legend is newer for me, but not for you guys. I don't know. And then like some of the synchro stuff, or not synchro, XYZ stuff. I did actually mess around with XYZ, so I was okay. I was perfectly fine with Yu-Gi-Oh all the way up into XYZs. A lot of people said they didn't like synchros. Like, synchros are fine. Synchros were fine. XYZs. I was a little bit weirded by XYZ, but then I realized that they were pretty okay. But for some reason, the pendulum, like I didn't understand the pendulums at all. Like they completely confused me. And the links, I cannot wrap my head around the links. I'd have to like watch people play for a minute because like I can't wrap my head around it. I don't know what's like maybe I could just play without the links, but like I need to understand what my opponent is doing as well. So yeah, it was definitely like I'm not sure what you're doing. Like when it came to XYZs, it's like okay, you need to worry about Utopia and what was the other card? There was like 3 cards they had to worry about, and then everybody started having a great deal of XYZs, and then like a couple of synchros. Mainly, it was like 2 or 3, I think. And then they had 1 or 2 fusions. Mostly, it was like Elemental Hero Ocean. I remember he was like a big deal. Elemental Hero Ocean Chimera. Chimera was like in every single person's deck because they wanted to side deck it for like super poly and stuff like that. So, and then like one of my favorite cards was Lavelle Chain Dragon because I was playing Infernities at the time. So I'm like, I realized that this Lavelle Chain Dragon was really good for Infernities, and I think other people realized it too because then he got limited to 1, and then he got banned. I think almost immediately after that. So I think they realized that like, oh yeah, this guy's good, stupid. But like, what's really annoying is like Infernity Barrier, for example. Infernity Barrier can only be activated if you have no cards in your hand and you have Infernity monster on your field. That's a lot of stuff. But Infernity Barrier is limited to 1. I would say Infernity Barrier should be at 3, and then Launcher is at 1, which has always been, I think Launcher was always at 1. No, yeah, Launcher is at 1, and Art Speed was also at 1. So Launcher at 1, Art Speed was also at 1, which is both fine. But Barrier should have at least been at 2. 3 might be overpowered. 1 was way underpowered. It should have been 2. It should have been limited to 2. Because this is my reasoning for it. Because anything that stops somebody else should be at 2. Solemn Judgment should be at 2. Infernity Barrier should be at 2, etc. That way you can slow down the gameplay a little bit. Like the current meta is like super fast because there's nothing that stops anybody. There's no traps anymore. There's nothing that stops anybody. Everybody's just like go 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 go. Like we need more interaction. They've made it very toxic by taking away all the interactions. That's the problem. Like Swords of Revealing Light should be at 2. Although Sword of Revealing Light should be at 3 in my opinion, because like you can just have an MST or have Heavy Storm. Giant Tornado, like come on. Now Heavy Storm should absolutely be at 1. MST should be at 1. You know, that's the destruction effects should be at 1. Stopping effects should be at 2. And then things that are necessary for a deck to operate should be at 3. By the way, like there's no reason, like I actually kind of agree, like Infernity Launcher should probably be at 1 because there's no really reason to have it at 2. Because as soon as you have Infernity Launcher, like you only need 1. You don't really need 2. I've played Infernities for a long time. You only need 1. And you only really need 1 on screen. But like taking out Infernity Barrier killed the deck. Like without Infernity Barrier, you just don't have a deck. And it's like you don't have the ability to stop your opponent. That was the problem. Like you basically stopped what was in, like the strength of the deck was basically behind barrier. Like yeah, like 3. Like I agree. Like 3 is probably too much, but 1. Come on. So they didn't know how to balance it, and then and at the time they had something called Insectors. Those guys were ridiculous, and they didn't touch the Insectors at all. I don't know if you guys remember the Insectors, but those guys were ridiculously broken. So, like, they just, what happened was, there was like a favorite deck, say Infernities, and I don't think it was even all that popular, because there was a lot of anti-Infernity stuff. There was like Macrocosmos and stuff like that, so there was a lot of graveyard hate, and lots of graveyard hate. And Infernities is hard to play. You have to have no hand. That's a hard thing to do. Like, it's surprisingly hard because you have to have a high spell count and a high trap count, and then you have to play all your cards, and then 1 Heavy Storm could be end of the game. You know what I mean? So like it's hard to play Infernities. It took me a while to realize how to play them. And like I was never particularly a fan of Beetle. I went Infernity Necromancer instead because I like going for 8 instead of going for like 9 or going for 7. But what really messed it up, what really messed it up beyond anything else, is the fact that every single person can summon Brian Act. That was the problem. Brian Act isn't the issue. And him being at 1 is fine, I think. Brian Act the card is not the problem. It was too easy to summon him. You should have, like, Brian Act the tuner. See, that's the real problem with EVO. There should have been Brian Act tuner plus any other card or something. Then you can summon Brian Act or something. I don't know. Make it necessary for you to play another card in order to summon him, and that's the problem. There should have been like Infernity specific synchros. There should have been Blue Eyes White Dragon specific synchros. There should have been Dark Magician specific synchros. That was the problem. Everyone could summon. I don't even remember the other ones right now. Everyone can summon Stardust Dragon. Like, you should need an elemental hero to summon Stardust Dragon. It should have been like one tuner plus an elemental hero equals Stardust Dragon. And it has to be the same, and it has to be the appropriate level of stars. It was way too easy to summon Stardust Dragon. It was way too easy to summon these guys. Colossal Titan or whatever that guy's name is, and then Colossal Fighter, I think his name. Colossal Fighter, Rose Dragon, trying to remember. I did get into the synchros. I think synchros were fine. I had no problem with the synchros. It was just too easy. And now, they killed all the old cards I used to love. It really... By the way, that's another thing I'm wondering. Is it the old cards? Because otherwise, I don't even want to play. Because they're talking about this point buy system. If I want to play Dark Magician of Chaos, is it the old Dark Magician of Chaos or the new one? Because I don't want to play the new one. It should be the old Dark Magician of Chaos. The new one is like you can only use it once no matter what. Or whatever. I don't remember the exact wording. But basically you can only use it one no matter what. You can't like take him off the field and then use it again and whatever. Like, come on. That was like the whole point of thinking outside the box. Like, we thought outside the box. Like, oh, hey, did you realize that if I take this off the field and then replay it, then it would be a new action? And therefore, it's a new Dark Magician of Chaos, and therefore I can activate his effect again. Somebody was intelligent when they thought about that. That's intelligent. They took away all the intelligence behind the game. It's like, oh no, you can't do that. Only one Dark Magician of Chaos's ability can activate per turn, or something. I think that was the word. Only one Dark Magician of Chaos effect can activate each turn, or per turn, per main phase. However, it was worded. But I'm like, that's ridiculous, because like it took somebody a great deal of thought process to realize, oh, if I summon a new Dark Magician of Chaos, even if it's literally the same card, it's because he was limited to one, right? So you knew it was the same card. It was literally the same card, right? So it's literally the same card, but it's been replayed, so therefore it still counts as a new summon. Which call me crazy, but that makes perfect sense to me. Because he's summoned again. And because he's summoned again, it's now a new instance. This Dark Magician, who has no relation to the other Dark Magician, can now use his ability once per turn. That makes perfect sense to me. I don't know about anybody else, but it makes perfect sense to me. And then they started rewording new cards. Okay, only one Dark Magician card can use his effect per turn. Okay, then give that to the new cards. Okay, Yu-Gi-Oh! Learned their lesson. They learned their lesson, but give it to the new cards. Don't take it away from the older cards. He was banned anyway. It's like, what was the point of even? What was the point of even doing that? He was banned anyway. Even if they take him back, he's really not that strong of a card. Was he really seeing that much play? I mean, seriously, that's a legit question. And how many people were pulling off the Dark Magician canon combo, because that's a hard combo to pull off. Seriously, like how many people were pulling off that combo? Because come on, they were nerfing the game in such a way where it made it more likely to play a certain way. It was more likely to get the OTKs. It was more likely to get the FTKs. It was more likely to get the "hey, I win right now" strategy. It was "hey, I draw my entire deck except for 2 cards, and I have a whole bunch of hand traps and whatever, and you can't do anything against me, and I win," more or less. And now that's the strategy. Like the strategy is like, I'm gonna draw my entire deck except for 1 card, and then I have a whole bunch of hand traps, and I'm gonna play. I don't even know if they do this, but this hypothetically, I'm gonna play infinite cards, so I don't have to discard any cards, and go. You can't do anything. I win, and whatever. So now it's like it's basically every single deck is this Exodia. Basically, it's a different version of Exodia, but it's still Exodia. You know what I mean? Draw my entire deck, Exodia, I win. Right? Draw my entire deck, hand traps, I win. Draw my entire deck, OTK, I win. Oh, you said you have something against me? Oh no, you don't, because I have a hand trap. It's the same strategy over like all like different cards, different names, but it's the same strategy. Draw your entire deck, you win. Like it's gotten to the point where there's no strategy anymore. There's no strategy. Magic the Gathering is very similar because I play Dreads. Actually, my friend plays Dreads, but I understand the deck. Instead of drawing your entire deck, you mill your entire deck. It's similar. If you guys don't play Magic the Gathering, it's like Light Swarm. So if you know what Light Swarm is, or even Blue Eyes White Dragon, which has a lot of graveyard effects as well. So Blue Eyes White Dragon or Light Swarm, and there's another one. Chaos. Chaos has a lot of graveyard effects. Infernities has a lot of graveyard effects. Dark World is a hand effect technically. Well, it's a hand slash graveyard effect, but yeah. And like Tour Guide of the Underworld, I think that's a graveyard effect. Dark Grepher, graveyard effect. There's a lot of graveyard effects in Yu-Gi-Oh! So it's similar. Dredge is similar to Light Swarm, right? So basically, instead of drawing your entire deck, you mill your entire deck, and then boom. Basically, you play your graveyard, and it's the same concept. And then there are other cards as well. And the majority of, and I play Legacy, which is like advanced. No, not advanced. It's like traditional. Everything is legal except everything is limited to 1, more or less. So basically, imagine everything is legal, but everything is limited to 1. More, not really, but more or less. Okay, just imagine a scenario like that. That's pretty close. Not everything is limited to 1, but never mind. But it's hard to explain it unless you know Magic. Okay. The strategy is still the same. Draw my entire deck, mill my entire deck, I win. Like that's the strategy. And unless you have the perfect card to counter it, and hope to God that they don't have a counter to your counter. Which they probably do because they milled their entire deck. So it's too easy to win. Is my point. And like, yeah, there's like I don't know. There's no balance to the game. and they destroyed any and all balance that there was. And the game just kept on getting faster. I mean, good lord, I never played like back in the OG times, like back when it was just Blue Eyes White Dragon, back when it was just Dark Magician, back when it was just Emperor Dragon taking over. I mean, I'm sure Emperor Dragon was really annoying, but as soon as somebody summons that guy, you win. So even back in the day, it was like a coin flip. Oh, I summoned my Emperor Dragon. You summoned your Emperor Dragon. So even back then, it was a coin flip. But yeah, I don't know. Like this, the bottom line. And I already said that a couple times at this point, but the bottom line is there's no balance, and they made the game more interesting, but it just kept on accelerating as well. And they never stopped to think, oh, maybe these cars are too much. I mean, seriously, I love Yu-Gi-Oh! And I love Magic the Gathering, but both of them have way too many words. Like, seriously, there's paragraphs on some of these cards, and I don't like, good lord. If I ever create my card game, or if I ever create my game, I'm going to keep it simple. Like, the strategy can still be complex without the card being complex. The card itself should be relatively simple, just like chess. If you think about chess, if anybody understands chess, every single move is relatively simple. A pawn can move one space or two space. The only one that's complicated is en passant, but that's a very advanced move. So unless you really know chess, you probably don't know what en passant means. But I actually have to kind of go out of my way to reread en passant. But basically, if I'm in the fourth row, I can't remember. If I'm in the advanced pawn position, I think. Yeah, because the first position is the normal position, and then the second space is the advanced space, I think. But if somebody moves one space, then they would normally be able to take me. But if I move two spaces, they can't take me. Right? En passant is a move. I think it was literally invented by somebody. I have to do research again. It wasn't always a move, which is really weird. I wonder when the last time anybody added anything to chess. I think it probably was en passant. But anyway. So if you're in the advanced space and I move two spaces, so I'm now past you, or at the same level, I think. It's hard to explain without visuals. I could explain it to you if I showed you. But if I move past you, then you can still take me as if I was in the correct first position space. And you have to do this immediately. I can't move another space and then do it, and then on my second turn do en passant. No, you have to do it immediately. It's like a sneak attack. It's a very complicated maneuver, but needless to say, other than that, and then the most complicated maneuver in chess is probably either king castle or queen castle. But none of the moves are complicated. I know it's kind of hard to figure out, but not the move itself. Two spaces down, and then So his moves, the way he moves is fairly simple, but the way he plays isn't. So, like, for me, in particular, I've always been good with playing chess, but knights have always kind of scared me because of their outflanking abilities. So anytime I have an opportunity to take out a knight, I probably do, because I don't like knights. So Bishops I can deal with. Bishops I can deal with rooks because they're straightforward. I don't like knights because of the way they move. But so it's not. But it's still simple. It's hard to keep track of the knight because they move weird. But like, it's still simple. They still 2 spaces and then 3, right? So it's still simple. It's a simple thing. But chess is an extremely complicated game. You don't need to give the knight, oh, and the knight has another ability, and the knight has another ability. And if a knight is flanking 4 people at the same time, he can take all 4 spaces. And like, like we don't need to add rules to the game in order for it to be interesting. We don't need to add more complexity because it's already complex. We do need to add more cards, for sure. Add more cards. And I think some of the rules are kind of arbitrary. For example, I always imagined the game to be like the show, where everybody has a very specific kind of deck, but nobody ever played it that way, which is unfortunate. There's something in Magic the Gathering called Tribal, which also wasn't very popular, but I'm a big fan. So when I said there's a lot of support cards for Blue Eyes White Dragon, he's probably an exception. There's a lot of support cards for Dark Magician, so he's also an exception. There's also Infernity, so they're also an exception. But let me tell you this. I ended up playing a amount of non-Infernity cards in my Infernity deck. Way too many, in my opinion. Like, to really call it Infernity deck, I think it would have to be at least 20 cards that are Infernity based, but in reality, it was only like 10. And then I still ended up playing Stratos and this and that and the other thing, and Breaker the Magical Warrior and Magician of Faith and blah blah blah, right? So I feel like there should have been like a rule where like 20%, like 50% of your deck has to be the same archetype or something. 50% of your deck has to be fiends. 50% of your deck has to be spellcasters. 50% of your deck has to be insects. Has to be. That's a requirement. It would have made the game more interesting. It would have made people think outside the box a little bit. Not every single person would play Magician of Faith. You know what I mean? Because playing Magician of Faith would mean that you couldn't play another card, right? Or limit the amount of outside sources you can use. Instead of limiting Magician of Faith, limit the amount of out sources you can use. So, for example, you can use Magician of Faith, but you can't use Magician of Faith and Mask of Darkness. So you can use one or the other, but you can't use both. And you can only use one Magician, and I still agree, you can only use one Magician of Faith. Because Magician of Faith is way too strong of a card. But I'm telling you, there's some of these cards, these paragraph-long cards, and Magician of Faith is too strong because of the spell cards that exist. Not because Magician of Faith is strong, but because the spell cards are too strong. But some of these cards should be totally limited to one, and I'm like, what the hell? But it's because they're hard to play, I guess. It's kind of like a limitation because of how hard they are to play. So what was that card? I can't remember. It was called Globe or something. Glow Ball or something like that. It was a once per duel effect. I wonder how people keep track of that. Seriously. I think any card that's a once per duel effect should be removed face down. Just automatically. They should just automatically remove it face down. Like, you literally are not allowed to use this card at all. for the rest of the game. Like literally remove it. Like remove this card face down for the rest of the game, because that would be the most fair way to keep track of that. Because like Yu-Gi-Oh kind of demands, number one, fair play. It demands fair play because as soon as somebody cheats or somebody forgets or somebody misses something, somebody else is taking advantage of that 100%. It was very toxic. It's very toxic. It's happened in Magic the Gathering too, so do not misunderstand what I'm saying. Yeah, Magic the Gathering is equally as toxic, if not maybe more so. So yeah, there are many people who tried to pull a fast one on me when I was playing Magic the Gathering, but I pay attention for sure. So, but yeah, it demands a very good memory. It demands understanding of every single card. It demands understanding what that means and the timing, and don't forget about the erratas. The erratas drove me crazy. The erratas killed the game, in my opinion. And if it wasn't the erratas, it was the Oracle. Oh my god. I understood the erratas. The erratas, I can accept the erratas. But the Oracle text, come on. So basically, this card doesn't even say what it says. That's what Oracle text means. If you don't know what Oracle text means, basically this card does not do what this card says. This card says something else. That's Oracle text. Errata is an understanding of how the card works. So the first explanation is this card says, let me make it up. Your opponent has to buy you a drink. That's something from Magic the Gathering, so pardon me. I always think that card is hilarious. Your target opponent has to buy you a drink, and then underneath of it, you must provide the funds for them to do so, or something like that. That's the ruling, not an errata, right? An errata would be target opponent must buy you a drink if you ask them kindly. I think that would be an errata, yeah. Because it's not changing what the card does, but it's changing the understanding of what the card does. So you have to ask them nicely. You can't be mean about it, right? So it's still funny. It still does the same thing, but you have to ask them nicely. And you still have to pay for it. So they're not going to pay for it. So you still have to pay for it, but you have to ask them nicely. That's the errata. So the errata is basically adding to the card. Think about an errata as adding to the card. It's also possibly subtracting from the card, I think. I have to double check that, but yeah. So adding or subtracting from what the card does. But Oracle text is, this card doesn't even say that. So the card which says target opponent doesn't have to do anything. I don't know. I can't even think of an Oracle text example right now. But basically, an example of an Oracle text would be, this card does something else altogether. It'd be like, target opponent claps their hands or something. Target opponent I don't know. Like I said, I have to look up a couple Oracle texts, but they're kind of weird. But the point of what I'm saying is, Oracle text literally changes what the card does. It's not the understanding of what the card is. So many cards is like what the understanding of what the card does. One famous example there were many people, who did not understand what the card Fireball did in Magic the Gathering. A lot of people. Ask any Magic the Gathering player, especially if they're older, they will tell you Fireball is extremely confusing. The way it's worded is extremely confusing. Okay? And they changed the wording like 3 or 4 times, and it was still confusing. No matter what they did, they kept on rewording it, and it still was confusing. It was famously confusing. Like, not just for me, not just for you, but for everybody. Everybody was confused by this card. It got reprinted and reprinted and reprinted. So they came out with an errata, which explains what it does. So an errata explains what the card does. Oracle text is this card doesn't do that at all. So let me give you a good example. So now that you understand what an errata is, let me explain what an oracle would be. An oracle would be the original card was very badly worded. Like very badly. Like the first original card. Let's just say you as a player have the original card but do not have the new card. Let's assume that you believe you understood the way that card works. Okay? You understood the way that card works, but you are incorrect. But you are basing it off of the original wording of the card. Okay? Let's assume that based off of the original wording of the card, that you are correct. Like, you're reading the card correctly. You're definitely reading the card correctly, but that is not what the card does. That is Oracle text. And let me tell you, is it freaking confusing? I think they eventually had it so, like, you have to have the Oracle text with you or something. Because some of these cards, they're really old and they're really badly worded. So it's basically a completely different card. It's a completely different card. It's the same name, but it's a completely different card. That's the best explanation I can give you. But an errata is the same wording. The wording is the same. But an errata tells you, oh, that's not how that works. An errata tells you, oh, that's not how that works. This is how that works. It's understanding the game a little bit better. I like erratas. Erratas are fine. They can be annoying, and I don't always agree with them. But the ruling is the ruling, right? Oracle text can get you in trouble because an Oracle text is not an errata. So it's not telling you what the card does or how it works. It does not. It's just simply worded differently. So you have to understand how the card is supposed to be worded. Which is, what? Like, what do you mean? My card is worded this way and I have the original card. Well, here's the new wording. Basically, it got reprinted. It got reprinted, and you have a really old card. You know how you fix that? Oh, I guess you couldn't do that. Maybe you couldn't fix that. I was about to say no card older than a certain amount of age should be legal to play, but no, you couldn't do that. Some of these cards are thousands of dollars, so you have to have an understanding of what the card does. There's no way it would ever work. That would ever work unless they reprinted the cards. But Magic the Gathering in particular, they promised that they would never reprint some of these cards. Which is, by the way, Yu-Gi-Oh's second problem. I remember there was a time. I remember a time. I just watched that movie and it got stuck in my head a little bit. I remember a time where I actually had a hard time getting my hands on the Mirror Force. Mirror Force was like $50, and that was back then when I didn't really have a lot of money, and I wasn't willing to spend money on Mirror Force, right? So I had a hard time getting my hands on the Mirror Force. I believe they made it too easy to get. They made it too easy to get cards. Not that I want thousands and thousands of dollars worth of cards, so that's a hard conversation to have. So no, but Mirror Force being worth $50 seems about right to me. Mirror Force equals $50. That's fair because, and I'll compare everything. I'll use that as an example moving forward. A Mirror Force card, Mirror Force. I mean, come on, it's destroying all of your cards. That's an extremely rare and powerful card. It should be $50. So I understand this. Where Smashing Ground only destroys one monster, doesn't need to be worth that much. So that's kind of where my head is. So if this is a really powerful card, yeah, maybe it should be worth $50. And that way not everybody can get their hand on it. And if not everybody can get their hand on it, it makes the game a little bit less crazy. And they reprinted things way too often. And not to mention they destroyed the cards. They destroyed any market trade value. But Mirror Force became common, which is why it got banned. I'm surprised it got banned. First of all, it's a trap, which is harder to use. Second of all, there's a lot of monsters that stop that crap. Jinzo, and there's so many things that stop that crap. Cold Wave, Heavy Storm, Giant Tornado. It's way too easy to stop that crap. But if for some crazy reason somebody doesn't stop that crap, then Mirror Force. And if you're playing the game correctly, Mirror Force should only destroy 2 monsters anyway. Seriously. If Mirror Force ever gets more than 1 monster, then you're not playing the game correctly. Because that should be keeping monsters off your field the entire time, more or less. Depends, but depends on how fast they can play, and depends on a lot of things. But for the most part, I would argue that your job is to make sure that they constantly have no monsters on their field, and the other person's job is to make sure that you have no monsters on your field. Because if you're letting your opponent have full field of monsters, then you're doing something wrong. So basically what I'm saying is Mirror Force is really not that good, actually. Best case scenario, you're taking out 2 cards. You're taking out 2 cards. In an extremely unlikely scenario, you're taking out 3 cards. If you're taking out 4 or 5 cards, you need to relook at your deck. Oh, look at Yu-Gi-Oh! The show. Nobody ever had 5 cards. Nobody. Even hell shit. Even Kaiba only had four. I think it was Just Man and three Blue Eyes. And he was dominating the game. I guess technically Yugi had five because he had Exodia, but they were in his hands, so that doesn't count. He also had Swords of Revealing Light, which gave him three turns and drew three cards. So, which is why Stall is limited to one. That's exactly why Swords of Revealing Light is limited to one, because being able to just wait three turns and draw three cards is really powerful. Not having to play anything for three turns, that's a really powerful thing. As he demonstrates in the very first episode. And even and Kaiba said it multiple times. Like anytime you have the ability to stall, anytime he has the ability to stop his opponent for a couple turns, he comes back and he wins. Like because he's had a couple turns to catch his breath, and like no shit. Like stall is surprisingly powerful. I guess right now it's just a just talking episode, just for the time being. I'm kind of not focused right now. Anyway, enough about Yu-Gi-Oh! And Magic the Gathering. Let's just have some fun. That's where I am now, right? Yes. Decided to play this game because the other game was really good. Don't get me wrong, I'll be definitely coming back to this, but I want to do something a little bit more relaxing. The other game was really intense, so really good but really intense. So I want to have some fun and mess around with this a little bit more.
It's him, Skid Box. That man from the Infobot.
Must have completely missed him the very first time I played this. Not sure if I'm collecting any more bolts than I was before. I guess I'll see. I don't need to buy any of the stuff I bought before, so we'll see. I'm at 40,000 now. I feel like I should be able to do this without like trying very hard. That's one thing in like these games that I can't stand. Like I feel like beating the games would be more than enough. And if not, like I need to do a little bit more to finish everything else. But like I feel like if you played the game as like designed, you should have all the things that you need by the end of the game. You know what I mean? Like, huh? How is it possible I played this entire game and don't have any bolts? Like, and that's like the whole point of the game is have bolts. So not having bolts at the end of the game is like, huh? What? So I had to do a whole bunch of farming, like a lot. I wonder if I can buy even more health. Not that I would have needed. This is definitely very reminiscent of Jack and Daxter 2. As a matter of fact, I don't think this is any harder at all. So it's more like Jack and Daxter 3 actually. Because Jack and Daxter 2 was actually harder, but I don't think Jack and Daxter 3 was. Actually, was there even a hard mode in Jack and Daxter 3? I don't remember. I don't think there was. No, wait, I did. I think I did restart. Well, I realized I could restart the game, but there was like no real point to it. Other than like doing the missions all over again. This is kind of interesting, and you can start with all your weapons. I think that's what it was. That way. No? Ah. Good. Oh, where was I? Oh, I remember. You know, I was wondering if I was going to remember this game or not, but I totally remember. Now, this is only my second time playing through, but yeah, I I kind of want one of these golden weapons to see what they do. Are they like better than the other ones? And mainly, I just kind of wanted to play this game a little bit more. It's kind of a fun game. It was unexpectedly good. I had a lot more fun than I realized. And this is a lot more fun than the game I'm currently playing. The game I'm currently playing is really freaking interesting, but it's not a lot of fun. This is more fun. If you guys like a game that's emphasis on more fun, if you guys know like a really fun game, let me know. Seriously, fun. This is fun and silly. I like it. And I kind of fond of the cartoon, the cartoon characters too. Yeah, I wouldn't call Good and Evil like fun. Like it's interesting. I call it interesting, and I call it like it's interesting and challenging, but I'm not sure if it's fun. At least not yet. It's hard to describe. Oh, that's my ship. Okay, so that. I am the vacuumator. This makes for a hilarious. This makes for a hilarious weapon, man. Do you know how insulting that would be? It's like somebody just like attack you with a vacuum. Ah! Doesn't the Underminer do that in The Incredibles? Yeah, I think he does. Yeah. Engulf you with a vacuum cleaner. Oh! Be inhaled by a giant vacuum cleaner. Oh! That's a better term, being inhaled. I guess that would have given me a lot more bolts. They're definitely not getting anywhere fast with these bolts. It's supposed to go where? I guess I'm gonna do 100% completion run. And then I'll be done with this game for a while. Definitely got to try the new one, the other ones as well. And I'm definitely a fan of series. So if you guys know any series, like let me know, please. This gun is broken. I swear, I promise I'm not a fan of gun games. But I don't know. Ratchet and Clank and Jack and Dexter, they're like changing my mind. If there's any games like this, specifically like Ratchet and Clank, like any game that's like Ratchet and Clank or Jack and Daxter, let me know. I love both of these games. These are great games. I feel like I'm missing something. There's more stuff over here. Oh wait. Over there. So there's something like over that way? Something over that way. Something over here. I think that's where it came from. Gotta go that way. How do I go that way? I think I'm going further. It's over there. That didn't work. I need to go that way. I need to go that way. How do I go that way? I think I need to come back here. Oh, yeah. Interesting. Maybe there's another way around. Yeah, that's definitely where I need to go. How do I get there is the question. Hey, one thing, they made the boss hella hard. I like it. See, I gotta go. Gotta go. I get down. Okay. I know where I need to go, but I have no idea how to get there. There's one more thing over there too. I'm actually looking forward to playing like Scooby Doo and a couple others as well. I love these guys that aren't based on anything. Let me tell you, Sonic, the cartoon is not very good, but the game is amazing. But there are a couple of cartoon games that are pretty good. The Incredibles was actually pretty good. It could have been a little bit better, but it was pretty good. I actually kind of wish they made up a new monster or something something that's not similar to the movie. Alright, so maybe this is where I need to go all along. Oh, I remember this. Do I have to do all that all over again? Yeah, I guess I do. So there's a thing over here? Where is it? I need the magnetic boots. How do I get to the other one? You gotta come back here. That way? Maybe? No. I need a hover pack. I think. I can't jump that far. But there's a green area over there, which means I need to go over there. Oh wait. Ah. Nice. Did it. And there's one more over there. Which I can't get yet. Okay. Okay, so take you back to him. I gotta get back this again. I gotta bring back the. I seriously have to walk all the way back? I guess I do. There. Not bad, not bad. Bring prize and then use screenshot. Huh? Use your screenshot. Oh, I don't have that yet. I have to come back, I think.
going to the...
Excuse me, Captain.
I forgot he had that ability. It's like the only time he ever uses it. Ah! Whoa! Ah! I didn't see that coming. I think there's no fall damage in this game. That's actually very fair. I think I walked the wrong way. Oops. Oh well. Kind of cool to have a new game now. So now I have 3 games that I really like. I like Treasure Planet 2. I have to add that to my list too. Games that I would like to play again. Ooh.
Listen up, you loud balls. That's what.
Oh, there we go.
Sweet. I'm that Captain Quark.
uses stuff like this all the time.
Real men can speak without silly toys like that. The two of you make me sick.
Why did you sell it to me? Let's see. Where is it? There it is. Have to wait till I get my boots. When I get my boots, I'll get back to the other place. Yeah, I would say each of these areas is probably just as big as Jack and Daxter Worlds. Although maybe not, because there's only one thing for me to do. It's like 3 things. Oops. I ran right into that. And I love having this gun.
Ratchet's defensive.
Yeah, I guess I'll get that. Technically, I don't really need that, but actually, maybe I do. I don't know. I don't know how that works in this game. something over there. How do I get? That way. That didn't work. Oh. know I did up there. Oh, can we do this? That didn't work. Oh well. We have to come. There has to be. There has to be a way to get over there. Call this exploration of ratchet and clank. Aha. Okay. There's nothing over here anyway. Is that where I just was? No. Checking all the places. It's rememberable enough. It's like I don't know it like Jack and Daxter, but I've been playing that for a long time. I can tell you I know exactly what Jack and Daxter 2 is. It's easy to follow, but like could I tell you where everything is? No, I couldn't. Yeah, that's why I like a relatively simple game that I can like memorize. See, there's nothing there. Wait. Oh. Let me get back up here. That way? Oh, that's way. How? I'm going like away from it. Like that way. No. That way. No. That way. It's that, like this way. How do I get there? Do not know. I know this game pretty well by now, and I don't know of any of my gadgets that would help me get over there. Now I'm going away from it. There has to be another way over there. Let's continue to investigate and then I'll come back maybe. Yes. Yeah, definitely going in the wrong direction. Maybe this way. I am bringing you closer. Sort of. You're going the wrong way. Oh well. That's not really out of my way. That's as close as I'm gonna get. It's cool that you can see like the places that you were in the game. It's awesome. It's like how far I walked. This is an actual building. They can actually walk on. It's not a backdrop, it's an actual building you can actually walk on. Cool. I remember this place. It's like a hidden secret, sort of. Here, I'll be buckets. Oh, no. Buckets. I like the concept of this game. takes me back to
Direct is destroying it.
how do I get? Maybe did I miss it from? Maybe that's doesn't make any sense. Wait, maybe it does. Hold on. This way? I hate to climb all the way up there again. Or that way? Or that way? How do I get over there? other stuff. Wait, there's more stuff. Can I get down there? I don't know if I found each area. Oh man, oh they don't have it for each area? Oh no. That's I don't have to walk all the way back over there. Oh, well, I'll try that one more time. Maybe there's one more thing over there. I don't know if I found. I don't like that. I don't like when they do that. It should be obvious, like what I need and. I think I have to climb this again. Oh, that's one way to do it. Okay, so that way. I don't think I can get that over there. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, me. I believe I can float. Ah. Okay. At least I tell them when we get back. I guess that's all. Everything. There's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff here. Weird. Look, there's more stuff. Is that like a fake part of the map or something? Oh. Seems like there's more stuff. Alright, so where's the plane? Here it is. I think this tells me. Found them all. Yeah. Okay, so this still. We did do the prize. Found 2 out of 3. See, you found 2 out of 3. So I'm missing 1. So what am I missing? Oh boy. Oh, this one? Am I right in thinking that it's in the gray area somewhere? I think I'm right in thinking it's in the gray area somewhere. I think. Has to be. How do I? I guess that's a big area. It has to be. Up. Thinking. So definitely missed something. Might be over there. Wait. I like how that was kind of hidden. That's cool. Yes, it looks like there's a thing everywhere, unless it's. Okay. Okay, so not over here. What is that supposed to be? It's a lot of gray area, literally. There has to be something. Kind of sucks. I have to go all the way back to my ship just to figure out like what I've done. There's something over. I swear, it looks like there's something over here. What is that supposed to be? Possible train, maybe? I don't know. That's supposed to be the buildings? Why is it on the map? Maybe it is, because this is the gray area is in that. It's supposed to be a building. But it doesn't make any sense because they already found that one. So what am I looking for? I found all the hidden areas. So those are just buildings. Where is this third one? So that must have been. that? No. No, it's that. Weird. Says a gap? Yeah. Impossible terrain? That's my best guess. This is impossible terrain. That's supposed to be that building right there. Where is the last bolt? Oh boy. This is sort of all hidden areas. Did I already find it? I think I found it, but I didn't find it or something? I don't know. Wow, that's... And 100% this game is going to be hard. I try to do it without looking it up. But to be fair, I have looked up other games. Well, more like information and stuff like that. But there's been a game or two I've looked up, so maybe just so I can 100% it. You can run around the city. It's fun. I don't know where this other bolt is. That's crazy. Where's this last bolt? Oh, is this a theory? Is it part of him or something? Get him up. I don't know. We have 3. I don't know. Not even showing like a green area. I haven't been yet. I had a theory that it was in these gray areas, but it didn't really pan out. Yeah, I want to find as many things as I can in each area. Plus, it's helpful to like get to know the game as well. But yeah, you guys are not interested in 100% gameplay. I understand, but that's what I'm doing. I don't know. Let me just take a look around again, I guess. I have a feeling that that's impossible or something. Is that what that is? So if that's supposed to be impossible, quite the contraption they built. This is like the only real like platforming in the entire game. There's a couple other. Well, actually, no, that's not right because there's a bunch of swinging and stuff like that. Well, I mean, I guess it's technically still platforming. So that's wait. I think I need to go that way. It looks like it's a real place. I'm looking for. It's hard to explain what I'm looking for. I'm an artist, and I can kind of tell. It's not 100% obvious, but you'll see it when you see it. That's the only thing I can say. There's shadows, and the backdrops don't have those. The details are different as well. Not to mention the coloring. The definition is different. There's a couple things. The texture. There's a road there that's telling me that I can go there. Maybe from here. Yep. See? Knew it. I don't know why. Oh wait, that's the same place I already was. Damn it. I wasn't. It's the same place I already was. Blah. Look at me, I thought I was all good and awesome. I found the same place I already found. Rebel. Replacing. Replacing. Think about this for a minute. I'm not ready to go back. Wait, no, here yet. Here.
Yes, quite lovely.
Man, each area is really big. Oh, do I not have the map thing? Maybe I don't have the hidden area map thing. I need to play through the game first before I do that. Maybe I'll play through the game first, and then play through it again to 100% it. I thought I already had the hidden area map. Or maybe don't. Try to use no ammo at all because I'm trying to farm bolts. I feel like this is something they should have given me a long time ago. That way I have a melee weapon. Oh, there's one. Ta-da! There's only one here. I already got it. Hey, if I can grab them, I'll grab them. To make my job easier later. I'm like, hey, look. Look what I found. Do you see what I see? Something gold and shiny, high above the trees. It is glimmering for you and for me. It is glittering for you and for me. Do you know what I know? I don't want to do these again. Wait. I guess I don't have that yet. That's annoying because those. I didn't hate those exactly, but man, it's not something I want to do again, to be honest. I think for stuff like that, like you would have to do it once and then that's it. Like you would be like, oh hey, you already cracked this code. And does it for you automatically or something. See, one thing I know for sure, and I'm not the only one, people like to replay games. So it actually designed my game to be replayed. You know what I mean? Like, certain things will actually be easier the second time. Yes, certain things might be harder, but certain things will be easier as well. And I don't know, maybe you have the ability to, like, pick. Oh man, that would be a great idea. Maybe if for some reason you actually enjoy doing those puzzles, maybe you can, like, pay to play. That's a great idea, especially in a game like this where you're collecting stuff. Oh, that's great. That's a great idea. So it'd be like a pay to play kind of a thing. So like, you can pay 1,000 to skip it or something. That'd be great. But only the second time, mind you. You have to do it the correct time. You have to do it correctly the first time, but the second time, you don't have to do it. Something like that. Yeah, hard mode anyway. But if you replay the game, easy mode, like a new game, then you still have to do it. But hard mode, no, you don't have to redo it. Or something, I don't know, something like that. Or you can say, hey, new game, don't save any of my progress or something. I don't know. But something along those lines. I think that would be really cool. Because I think like having the option like skip some stuff would be great actually. Do you know what I know? A song, high above the trees, with a voice as big as the sea, with a voice as big as the sea. You can say whatever you want, but they have some really good music in church. I'm a big music guy, if you don't know already. They have some really good songs, seriously. Like religious or not, they have some good ass music, man. I don't know who. I would love like who wrote this stuff, man. Do you know what I know? A child, shivering in the cold. Let's bring him silver and gold. Let's bring him. You know it's weird. Hold the phone. Hold the phone. I just totally realized something. In the story, they bring him silver and gold and myrrh and frankincense, which, if you're not aware, is like millions of dollars. How much did they bring him? They didn't say that part. But he still grows up poor. Did his parents, like, spend it all or something? I swear I'm not trying to blaspheme, but, like, what happened to all the gold and the silver and the myrrh and the frankincense? That's why I just inquiring minds want to know. I just totally realized that. Like, wait a minute. Doesn't he grow up poor? That's like the whole purpose of his, like, never mind. I swear it's not blasphemy. Well, long story. I grew up religious. Okay, so it still it sticks with you no matter what. If you grew up religious, it sticks with you, man. And like I like the story, and I like the concept, and it's a great story. I think we can like leave it at that. It's a great story, and it has a great message. It's a great story with a great message, right? Like I think that's enough. Like you have to believe, blah blah blah. No, like yeah. I go with it's a great story with a great message. You know what I mean? Like it would make a great comic book, right? I love a good comic book. I mean, hey, if I can believe in Thor, I can believe in Christianity too. The problem I've always had is why is it one religion? It's always been, even when I was younger. I'm like, what about these guys? Do they go to heaven? And like my mom always kind of agreed with me, and thank goodness to my mom for teaching me that, because like she would tell me like, well, as long as you're good, that's all you want, right? Like, but like if you followed some of the beliefs, at least the ones I've heard, and I have to ask. I have to ask a rabbi, and who's in charge of the Muslims? I don't know. A Sikh? I think they're called a Sikh. I don't know. But anyway, whoever's in charge of the Muslims, and then I have to talk to each person. Like, what do you guys believe about the other religions? Like, are they like damned, or like what? Do they have no hope, or does your God forgive them for living a good life? Like, what's going on here? And like, I've had conversations with this before. Let me tell you, there are many people who believe that anybody else, they're all damned. So like, I could never get behind that. And then like, there's this, and then there's a lot of wars. By the way, there's a lot of wars. I can't get behind that, and like this whole like, I don't know. It's just, you know what the oldest religion is? I believe the oldest religion is Hindu, or not like not non like Indian religion, but like, well, I believe it's the oldest living religions. The oldest still living religion. Blast you, that's fast. So I'm pretty sure it's Hinduism. So like, I don't know. This seems to me that like something weird is going on. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. And then there's other issues as well. It's not this one. There's many. I've talked to people who are Jewish, and I've heard that it's like acceptable to question their religion and their religion. Where if you're a Christian and you question your religion, you're a heretic. But like Jewish people, it's kind of the whole point. Like, it's supposed to question your faith. It's supposed to make it even stronger. So for a long time, I became very, very interested in this religion in general, like every religion. And I just was cross-referencing stuff, and I don't know, this kind of dope. Like, I'm autistic, so I got special interest in religion, and like I read all of them. And, like, I never got like super into any of them. So I was just like going into every single one, right? Like, okay, let me read the basic understanding of this. The basic. I have a base level understanding of each one, not like a deep level, but like just a base level of each one. And like, I was cross referencing them, and like, they all kind of seem similar to me. And at some point or another, I don't remember when, I read this article about there's two religions. And I remember the article. I don't remember where. I just remember the article. There's only two religions. And it goes like this. There's a top, let me see if I can say this correctly. There's a top-down religion, and then there's a bottom-up religion. Okay? Top-down means that the viewpoint is from the top. The deity is greater than all, and we are nothing compared to this deity. And that I believe that encumbers the majority of religions, but there's also a bottom-up religion, okay? And then there's only a handful of bottom-up religions. And a bottom-up religion is a religion that's based off of, I am the center, and my goal is to become the best person I can be, which is like Buddhism, for example, I think. Pretty sure Buddhism is an example of that. I had to double check. It's been a long time since I've really looked into it. But anyway, and then every religion falls under one of those two religions. Okay, so it's either a bottom up religion or top down religion. That's hard to dyslexia. But there's either bottom to top or top to bottom, right? So it's one or the other. And no other religion really exists, and you can break it down into those religions. And furthermore, you have like Eastern religion and then Western religion, and like there's multiple. Then there's polygamy religions. Although personally, I believe that all religions are polygamy, and they're not clever enough to realize that. I saw kind of like a unfriendly opinion of mine. Like I think all religions are actually polygamy, multiple deities, every single one of them. For example, in Christianity, we have saints. And I never quite understood the whole saint thing. I'm not Catholic. I wasn't raised Catholic, so I'm not really that familiar with it. I was raised Protestant, so we don't have the saints like that. Like in the Protestant religions, like Methodist and Baptist, in the Protestant religions, we don't have saints. Like, yeah, we know who Mother Mary is, and that's about it. And like we know who the saints are, some of them at least. But like, oh, that's right, I don't have that. I don't know. It's just kind of interesting. See, that goes. Yeah. I think I have to come back here this way. I already said that. Yeah, I know who Saint Peter is, and I don't even know who all the saints are. To be honest, I have to look them up a little bit. Actually. And for the most part, I haven't really spent a lot of time really contemplating it. As a matter of fact, I don't think a lot of people have. We go to church, we learn the sermon, and that's it. And like God is good, and learn Jesus' prayer. And I don't think I ever went to Sunday school. And like, don't do this, don't do this, do this, don't do this. Sing some songs. But what did we learn about the religion specifically? Not much. Like, unless you go to Joseph, unless you go to school specifically for it, you really like. I'll love to meet some other people who grew up religious, but not necessarily went to school for it. Like you grew up religious, but you didn't really go. Like you didn't go to school. Like you didn't go to school for it, right? Like, what do you really know about your own religion? I bet it's not very much. Like, do you know how many saints there are? There are like a lot of them. Do you know like all the angels? There's a lot of them. Do you know? Like, there's a lot. Like, I'm telling you, I bet you don't. And like, so my question is like, what's the requirement to, to really know your religion? I would say, I don't know. Let's go back to school. You need at least a C, okay? You know what I'm saying? Do you get a C? Because I don't think the majority of people get a C. I'm telling you, I do not think they do. So it's, and then are you truly embodying the lessons that you've learned? And that's a big one. Extremely unpopular opinion of mine. People do not embody what they learn. And some people go so far to, I don't know, in my opinion, go the opposite of the opposite. They do the opposite. So like the whole thing is there's a very fake. As long as I go to church, everything is okay. And then like I don't know. I didn't mean to get like deep into to this. But yeah, it's always been somewhat important to me. So this is why I'm talking about it. But at the end of the day, I'm really not that religious, not anymore. And what I'm trying to tell you guys is where I'm coming from. Yes, it's important to me. But I believe in the lessons, and I believe in what they taught me, and I believe that it's good, and I believe, and people are religious, and I support them. I just hope that they follow their teachings, and that they actually know a thing or two about what they're learning. You know, I hope you actually know a thing or two about the thing that you're so adamant about. You know, people can say faith, just have faith, but no, you need a little bit of knowledge too. A little bit of knowledge too. Faith and knowledge. There's nothing wrong with a little bit of knowledge. And you know, I know like there's like the doubting Thomas or whatever, but like knowledge is supposed to be in support of your exploration, not the lack of. There were many scientists who were very religious people. So it's not a competition. And I hate to say it, but science lives off of faith too, a different kind of faith. A faith in my fellow man is a faith in your fellow man. Because let me tell you, I consider myself pretty smart, but half the time I don't understand a thing that these guys are talking about. And the other half, I just kind of nod along and pretend that I know. And then the other half is they don't even know what they're talking about. So there's a lot of faith in our own abilities, and let me tell you, we're probably getting a lot of it wrong. Oh, even our definition of science is incorrect, because science is supposed to be basically theory, and yes, I understand the difference between science theory and regular theory. Don't try me. That's not what I'm talking about. I understand the difference. Don't worry. But at the end of the day, it's not supposed to be this factual thing. It's supposed to be an ever-moving thing. Let me tell you, I'm not a big fan of Pluto being demoted. It irks me, but I accept it because science is moving. Science is ever moving, and because science is ever moving, therefore Pluto is no longer a planet, right? So we discovered something about Pluto that maybe we didn't realize before, and that's why it's no longer a planet anymore. So, like, you know, I kind of surrender to it, right? A little bit. I still have my issues, but yeah, let me tell you, it definitely bothers me. It bothers the crap out of me. I'm not gonna lie. Hey, what am I supposed to do? I forgot what I was supposed to do here. Anyway, needless to say, they write good music. All of that came from, I think they have good music. And I grew up religious. So, they kind of came from nowhere. It's a random conversation about religion. It's clearly important to me, so it's always been important to me, but I'm not really religious anymore. I consider myself agnostic or spiritual. So that's kind of where I land. I think there is something more than what we can understand and what we can perceive. I mean, seriously, do we really expect that we know everything about the universe? Because I sincerely doubt it. It's quite the big place, and we only know 1% of 1% of 1%. And I don't think that's small enough. And do we truly even know that? Because I sincerely doubt that we do. We're constantly changing our minds about the things that we know. That's what I know. I may not understand what these scientists are talking about, but I know we're constantly changing our mind. Once upon a time, the greatest scientists in the world were all stumped by one woman. That lady's name was Madame Curie. Not only did she change the definition of science, but she changed the way that we looked at it. Like, she changed everything, actually. Everybody, quotes the fact that she discovered was it uranium? I can't remember. It's either polonium. She discovered polonium, and there was one more. I can't remember. But anyway, she discovered two different elements. But furthermore, the way we understood how elements work, like she redesigned the periodic table of elements. Like, that's a big deal. We were pretty much like, we thought we knew how it worked, but no, we did not. We did not know how it worked. And you're talking about the brightest minds in the world. Yeah, they didn't understand. We restructured it. We reconfigured how the scientific theory itself was incorrect. That's quite the major change, and it's one of the biggest ones in history, I believe. Throughout history, we've always made small progress, but we always pretty much thought we understood, like, the things that we were talking about. But she said, like, well, the very nature of how we do science is wrong. I mean, come on. If the very nature of the way we even do it is wrong, then, you know what I'm saying? Like, that means everything else is wrong. If we're not even looking at if 2 plus 2 doesn't equal 4, then everything else is wrong. You see what I'm saying? Like that's how big of a deal it is. It's like, yeah, basically she discovered 2 plus 2 does not equal 4. It equals something else. What am I supposed to do? I did this before. Completely confused. Oh. Oh. See, I've already been up here a couple times. But I think I'm missing. Oh, over here? You spin me around, round, 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 round. Do you believe I can fly? Again. That's hilarious. Is there something that happens? Like it gets better? That'd be hilarious. I can't go to the lieutenant yet. I can't go that way. I don't have the puzzle solver. I guess I have to come back. And I already got the golden thing. That's clever. Now that's clever. See, you know what I would have done? I would have made it better. I can now vacuum even bigger enemies. Oh, wait, what am I supposed to do? So wait, I am supposed to do that? How? I don't have the thing yet.
I got some great bargains for you.
That's something I buy. How do I move forward? I don't know. I can't go there. Did I miss the lieutenant? I'm almost positive that's where he is. The question mark. I can't go anywhere else yet. I figured this out the first time. Hold on. Let's see. Figured everything out there. Do I come back here maybe? I must have missed an entire area. Oh, I know where that is. Alright. Spider-Man, Spider-Man. That was cool. Wasn't expecting that to work. No. Nice. Aha! There's the decoder. I was wondering where that was. Not my favorite thing to do. Most of them are fine. Some of them are just really annoying. To be honest, I just would have made most of them this easy. I mean, come on, is it really that important? There are a couple of them that were really difficult to do. Like, seriously. Like, there's no need to make it that difficult. The guys stand firm on that belief. Like, you just make them each like 4 or 5 things, and then, like, I don't know, just make a cool puzzle and then call it a day. I have to come back here. They don't have the metal boots yet. I have to come back here anyway. So I'll come back here. Oh wow, they actually have to come back here several times. That's annoying. That's a bad design. When something is a bad design, I will say so. I don't care if I like the game or not. If it's a bad design, it's a bad design. completely forgot that I changed that out. Try that one more time. I think it's easier to get back this way. Maybe not. Going backwards is actually, never mind. Let me just do it this way. How do I, there should be a taxi or something. This way? I think this, wait, was this cut? No, this is where I just came from. Wait, no, it's not right either. How do I get back? Rough. This is where. This way? Oh, this way, I think. Yeah. What's up with games and being so slow? Even when he gets that thing, really not that fast. It's a little bit better. I think that's one thing I really do love about Jak and Daxter. It's like, oh, I get to roll. He gets to do that tumble roll. Yeah. Okay, so let's go back to fight the robot. That's annoying. I have to go back and then go back and go back and go back. That's feel like the Dakota should have been somewhere else, or I should have gotten the. They did that in the wrong order. That's what they did. They did that in the wrong order. If they did that in the other order, it would have been perfect, I think. Then it would have worked out. They should have given me the swing thing first, and then the Dakota here. That's what they should have done. And I should have found the Dakota here. And then once I found the Dakota, then I go back, and that would have been more. That would have made more sense. Oh, excuse me. Don't really need that. There you go. Secret agent. Whatever he is, Lynx. Yeah, he kind of looks like a lynx to me, actually. I think he's supposed to be called a lamberter or whatever. He should be like a bio. That would actually be really cool. There should be like a bio for him. He's a Lamarix or something like that. I looked it up once. You spin me around, round, 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 round. And if there's anyone out there that remembers these codes, then you are amazing. That's all I gotta say. I would have to figure that out each time. Got it.
You see all the cool gadgets I make?
Moving along, singing a song. Now we're getting somewhere. I like how quick it is too. Like that other game, man, was taking forever. They have to take that one step at a time. Man. Alright, I think I'm gonna stop here and call this exploration. Ratchet. This is gonna be extras for anybody that wants to watch it. Maybe I'll cut out like all the extra stuff. I'll have to figure that out. I seem to recall this place. Yeah, I definitely recall this place. Secret agent. Yeah, this is where it gets like hard. This is definitely really hard. I don't even get what I'm supposed to be doing. Should be like a hint or a clue or something. Secret Agent Clank. This is actually one of my favorite missions. Ah! The music in here is pretty good. Get him, Clank. Get him. You got this. Get him. Dr. Sucker Clank. And I've already done quite a lot, and for some reason, you just don't get that many bolts in this game. It's like the one thing I can truly complain about. It's like that's definitely a bad design. Like I would have had like I don't know, like 5,000 for a boss fight or something. Hard to say. Big monsters should be more bolts. Guess I can't do that right. A thousand bolts per health, maybe. I don't know. They have 2 health, then 2,000, etc. 1, 2, 3. Well, 10. So there's 2 health, that should be 20. Or whatever. These missions are super interesting. Definitely gotta play the next one. I don't often change my mind, but when I do, I always let people know. Like, yeah, I didn't like this game at first, but I'm really liking it. It's not better than Jagged Axter. Sorry. Sorry, not sorry. To anybody who likes this game, it's not better than Jagged Action. Nah, and that's not nostalgia. It's just straight up. Is it relatively the same? Yeah, I would say it's relatively the same. I give Jack and Daxter the edge because I like its story a little bit more. As I mentioned, the girlfriend. We actually get to know Jack a little bit more. It seems a little bit more fun. Like it's a little bit more like laid back and whimsical, and we're at a desert island, and I don't know. I like the whole thing a little bit more. You know what I mean? It's more fantasy, where this is more sci-fi. I prefer fantasy over sci-fi. I mean, yeah, sci-fi's cool, and it's really sci-fi and Jack and Daxter, but like then I already like the story. You know what I mean? Yeah, like once I already like the story, then it just adds to it. Yeah, that's a good way of explaining it. Like once you like the story, then I like to expand. Then I like to expand that story. But like I don't know. I feel like if I had to put my finger on it, like the jokes are funnier. I like the Sage. Samus is funny as crap. I love Kira. She's awesome. Everything about it. It's just I don't know. It's just better. It really is. Like objectively, it's better. This feels like it's missing something. It doesn't have the same amount of comedy. Doesn't have the same amount of slapstick. Doesn't have like the celebrations when he does something. Doesn't have the like if he dies, he doesn't say something. Like it's missing a lot from being. It's missing a lot, in my opinion. It has its own edge. I'll give it that. It has its own vibe. It's a little bit more serious. I like the secret agent thing. He said it's like Sly Cooper meets Jack and Daxter. Was there something else I was supposed to do here? I feel like I blew it up way too quickly last time. Seriously, this is the best gun ever. Like I said, it has its own vibe. In reality, it's hard to even compare the two because they're completely different. So saying one is better than the other sounds weird, but like, I just prefer Jack and Daxter. For one thing, the combat. Ow. Okay, I guess I got less thing I'm supposed to do. It's kind of a quick self-destruct sequence, don't you think? Nice, that was quick. You know what I should be able to do? I should be able to sell some of these items. That's what's missing. I have to give them credit because in some ways the game design is better, if you know what I mean. Like, because I can game myself elf and stuff like that. So the game is designed better. So I'll give them that. But there's some things about his character that I don't like. Jak and Daxter moves a little bit better in my opinion. I like his guns way more. There's no competition. Jak and Daxter's guns are way better. They're easier to crop. They're easier to change. They're easier to everything. Easier to aim. They're better guns in general. Seriously, they're just better. Just better. That's one way to do it. What was I supposed to? Oh. I just hit him with a missile and it didn't hurt him. That's crazy. That should give me more rolls because of how tough they were. Yeah, seriously, they are not good at giving me bolts. As a matter of fact, I think Jack and Daxter is better at ammo. I do like the ability to buy stuff, though. That thing is crazy. I already need that.
Okay, first ball.
Damn, I hate these things. Oh, boss down. Holy crap! He made that boss easy. I remember how hard he was. I like this. Screw hard mode, I like this. This is easy mode. Who wants hard mode when you can have easy mode? This is awesome. Okay, I missed something back here. Screw hard mode. I want easy mode. Ah, freaking freak. Go. There's a secret around here somewhere. There. Nice. Oh, I do have the thing. I thought I had the hidden thing. It's weird. Okay, never mind. I don't know why it wasn't showing me the one, but whatever. Okay, cool. Seriously, why wasn't it showing me the one thing? Weird. I'm glad I figured it out. I'm trying to use this as often as possible. Explore this species. I got my way to 70. Pretty good. I mean, it is useful because I don't have to buy anything, so. The vacuumator.
Well, thanks. I'm gonna get out of here while I still can.
Oh, that's cool. It has a visual effect. Let's see. Surfing in outer space. Oh, I forgot I had those. We don't really use those again. There's a lot of things you don't use again. Get all two. Oh, I think I'm gonna do this one actually, and then I'll cut it out. I think I have enough time for this one. Because then I have enough to go back home. I still need the magnetic boots. I hope I remember that. There's one thing I want to try while I'm here. This to see. Can I do that? Not that way. This way? No, that's not right either. I think this is right. I was like, where's the shark? And I'm sorry, that's a direct ripoff of Jack and Daxter. Guess I can't go that far. Oh, there we go. I don't think there's anything you can really do about it, to be honest. I do have that. My first gadget. I actually like that, so I'm gonna keep it. So let's do that. And playing this again, feel like the first time I was like confused and trying to figure stuff out, but now I am enjoying it a little bit more because I already know what I'm supposed to do. The same is true with Jack and Daxter, but I will say this. When it came to Jack and Daxter, I understood it better. You know what I mean? Like, it felt more natural. All in all, like it was more coherent to me. Intuitive, I mean. It just was a little bit more. It's more intuitive, not much more, but more. And that's enough to make, you know. Put it this way, it's enough. It's enough to make you realize that this is not as quite as good of a game. You know what I mean? Some of the designs aren't as good. The one thing I really don't like about Jack and Daxter, because I've been really hard on Ratchet and Clank, is that they forgot the magic. I feel like that's really annoying, in my opinion. Like, I really miss the fact. I really miss the magic. Like, I think he should have had like a magical gun. That would have been great. If he had a magical gun, I would give him like a perfect 10 out of 10, man. But because they forgot the magic, he gets a 9. And yeah, he turns into a monster. So that's cool. And then like the white eco thing, also cool. But like the fact that he can't use like fire and all that other stuff anymore, I don't know. It's just different. It's not the original game, and that's why it's not the same. I do like it. Bam. This was a hard challenge the first time. Without the jetpack. Sorry, this is a little bit too fast. Nice. I did it. See, like you said, now that I know what I'm doing, I might have to reevaluate it once I replay it. I tell you one thing, the boss was hard as crap. But that's a good thing and a bad thing. Positive and a negative. A little. Like I said, I do like a good challenge, so. Sure.
You see how it works? What makes one?
I guess I have to do that? I'm not entirely sure. Oh, I missed something. I'm gonna have to go back this way. I think the biggest difference is I really know Jack and Daxter. So yeah, so now I have to go. Wait, can I even do this? Hmm. Oh, I would have to use the thingamabob. I'd have to use the mask. Yeah, without the mask, I would not be able to say, yeah, I need to come back here. I'm definitely not a fan of this. No, sure. This whole back and forth thing that's going on. So that's a minus point right there. Go back, go back, go back, go back, go back, go back. Jack and Daxter does that once or twice, and then the second game. You've heard me talk about the second game. The city is really annoying. Believe me, I'm not just a Jack and Daxter fan. You think Jack and Daxter is my favorite game? Nope, Final Fantasy is. You can get away from them for a minute or two. It's a mix of Jack and Daxter 2 and Sly Cooper 2. Because the monsters in Sly Cooper are hard to beat as well. I think I prefer the monsters be a little bit easier to beat because again, Jack and Daxter. Otherwise, it feels like I'm playing an RPG. Like, why are the monsters so hard to beat? I feel like it should be 1, 2, done. Some of these monsters are surprisingly hard to beat. Monsters, bad guys, you know what I mean. Like this guy. Why is he so hard to beat? And he gives me like nothing in return. Seriously, the rewards in this game were not very good. There. I like that glove. You know what I mean? It's like really hard to change weapons in this game. I love the bolts. The bolts are great. It definitely adds a little bit of comedy to it. I don't think I'm going to be able to buy this thing from this guy. Yeah, not even close. Nice. Now that I like. Kaboom. I like this thing too. Hey you. I can't buy that. It's really expensive, so it has to be good, right? By the way, if I buy that thing and it's not good, I'm totally like reversing it. Because I'm not gonna waste $150 to find out that this thing is not worth it. And I don't care if that's cheating. Games have a weird way of doing that to you too. Something would be really expensive and it's not really worth it whatsoever. Oops. I feel like it might be getting a little bit better. I'm not sure. It's hard to say. It seems to be the same to me. The only difference is I'm not buying anything. So whoever said that you get double the amount of bolts, I don't know. I don't think that's true. The only real difference is I'm not spending anything right now. I'm actually like going out of my way not to buy anything. Trying to see how much I can get, and I had like what 30,000 in the beginning, 40,000. So I only made 30,000. Ow. I love this glove. Makes me feel like I can kill things in one go. I remember how to get this now. And my memory is pretty good. I tell you, I don't want to brag, but it's like I remember all this stuff. Now this thing, oops, is awesome. I think I need to walk way over here. Too high? Oops. I think that's good enough. Yeah. No. There. Okay, let's get this thing. Copy. Crap. Copy. I think it really boils down to, more than anything else, I think I just like Jack better than Ratchet. Like, Jack is a cooler character, and he just is. He has like that whole like quiet thing he does. He's like goofy, but serious. He wants to save the world. But this guy's like, I don't know if I want to save the world. So I think Jack just seems cooler to me. Like, he seems more badass. He has like that whole like commando thing going on. And he really pulls off, like in Jak and Daxter 2, he really pulls off the tough guy thing. Like, you wouldn't think he would, but he totally does. Like, he pulls off that tough guy thing like nobody's business, man. Pulls it off better than Batman. Batman does, that's for sure. Swear to me. Yeah, Jack is I wouldn't want to cross Jack. He's one screw short of a whatever that saying is. He will kick your ass, man. And I like I have to play the other ones before I make up my mind. Maybe the other ones will change my mind. I do have the ability to change my mind. But as it stands, first of all, like, if I'm comparing like 1-to-1, this game is like more. There's more to this game than Jak and Daxter, and I'm talking about the first game. Just the first game. There's more to this game, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's better. Did I already get that one? Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, interesting. So if I already got it, then it's gone. Interesting. That helps. So that, like, I thought it was like a Jak and Daxter thing where it could like get multiple rewards, but no. There's only so many in the world, and that's it. You can just leave them in there. I think I'm gonna call it a day after this one. It's been a blast. Plus I want to get familiar with this game. I played a lot of Jak and Daxter. I definitely want to give this one a try. You know what I mean? Put it this way. In no way would I say it's better. No way. I might say a lot of things, but it's not better. Anyone that says it's better, I don't know. I don't know about that. If you straight up say it's better than Jak and Daxter, no. The answer is no. Best case scenario, they're equal, and that's as far as I'm willing to go. They're equal, and I have to give like a slight advantage to Jack and Daxter. This not much of one, not a huge advantage, but a slight advantage to Jack and Daxter. Jack and Daxter is just, like I said, it's a better overall story. It's better overall story. I like Daxter. Daxter alone makes Jack and Daxter like 10 times better. This Daxter. Kira, where's our hot female friend? You know what I mean? There should be like a cranky old soldier guy. Where's our best friend? Sid. Oh my goodness, I love Sid. Sid is like the best thing ever. I mean, come on. I have to admit, like, Jack and Daxter 3 kind of fell apart a little bit, but like, I still like the game. Did you seriously play Jack 3 and not like it? Because I loved it. And in some ways, I actually enjoyed it better than 2. I like the racing. I'm not a big fan of the racing in Jack 2, but the Jack 3 racing is good. Mainly because you only have to do it once. But not just that, but you have like, I don't know, the missions are really cool in Jack 3. You get to be a Highlander, and I love the whole plot and Jack's dad, and I have to find out more about the plot. Is there even a plot in this game? Alright, so there's supposed to be a trick. I'm not gonna do the trick, but there's supposed to be a trick. So I'm gonna try to see if I can do the trick. I just want to see if I can try to do the trick. Because you can't do it with the jetpack. You have to do it with the helicopter, I think. That's all I want to see, if I can try to do this stupid trick. Okay. Yeah, I have no idea how you're supposed to do this trick. There's a way to jump on this tree and then jump over that building. That's what I'm trying to do. I have no idea how to do it though. What would you call this? Is this a glitch? So the guy said that what you're supposed to do, and then press X right away. What if I did? No, that's not working. Oh well. I'm not really care. So I feel like doing this right now. need the water mask. I'm guessing the gray area is a place I can't go. That's what I'm guessing. Alright, let's just finish this up. I learned some things about the racing. That's kind of cool. Oh no, wait, I can't do it? It's weird, I can't do it. It's weird. You get a decent amount of bolts here. Maybe do I have to win first? Crap. I'm guessing I have to win first before I can do that. I kinda like this race. Kinda like a slow paced race. Well, not slow, but like damn it. And ratchet is in 5th place. He's a newcomer. Wish him good luck. He's doing a half pipe. Let's see, am I getting any points for doing quick trick now? I'm guessing you don't have to do this. I don't know. I must feel like looking up a list. Like, what do you actually have to do? Like canonically in the game. Is this required? Is it not required? You all do it, but that way I have a perfect game. Because I can't have a perfect game if I don't do that. And then like if I ever play this game again, and I might skip this part or something. I don't mind this part. It's just surprisingly hard to do. It's fun. See, second place. And how am I supposed to get ahead? Ah, crap. You really need to get ahead of it, guy. Yeah. You know, for being so easy, it's like hard to do. Like, why are these guys so fast? Sometimes I hate CPUs. They never mess up. I'll design them like they would mess up. And see what I would do? I'll tell you exactly what I would do. The in-game version would be easy to do. And then if you want to do the hard mode stuff, then it would be like this. But the in-game mode, like you beat it, would be like almost stupid easy. Because like it's not the point of the game. It's not ratchet and clank skateboarding. You know what I mean? Yeah. Nice. I swear they don't slow down. I just saw that guy like run into a bunch of stuff and he doesn't slow down. Man, this guy's fast. But Man, he's way the fuck up there. Seriously, I had like no freaking chance. Damn it. Like one must see. I hate games like this. I forgot about this. Like one mistake and you lose. This should not be this hard. It's not a racing game. So just be like, okay, I did it. Maybe 1 or 2 tries, that way you can get the feel for it. But these guys are like way fast. Look how far ahead of it. Look how far ahead of me they are. It's like damn it. I think I lose now. Freaking one freaking mistake. Yep, I already lost. Third place even. Telling you, one mistake and you lose. That's too much. He said that would be like gold or something. Let me tell you something. The Jack and Daxter Racing gold missions. Oh my goodness! Talk about hard. You want to do something that's really freaking hard? Try the gold missions. Oh my goodness! The second one, not the first, not the third one. The gold missions for the third one are like really easy for some reason. What the hell? Damn it! Come on! Every time. Seriously, you have to basically have a perfect run. I hate that. What the hell? That was that? That was awesome. Ah, freak! Come on. Rough. I forgot how hard this was. Stop getting ahead of me. Ah, freak. Jesus, all I do want to do is win this game and call it a day, but I can't. I feel like I would have beaten the Jack and Daxter race by now. That's worth mentioning. Yes, do I have a hard time with the Jack and Daxter race? Yes, I do. But I probably would have beaten it by now. Probably, I think. Pretty sure. It's definitely the same skill level. It's the same person. And ironically, this is easier to control. Just these guys are really fast. Basically, I have to hit every single accelerator in order to win. That's a little bit much, in my opinion. Hit that accelerator, hit that accelerator, that accelerator. I missed that one. I think I can miss a couple, but still. Crap! Seriously, do I have a way to get ahead of them? Tell me I do. I think I need to stay ahead. I think I need to get ahead and stay ahead. I think I have a chance. Maybe. I'm gonna go for it. I can pass you. I said, call me crazy, but like top 3 would be pretty good. Actually, that would be a good storyline. It'd be like, he's top 3. Now he has to be the best. That would be a great story. And more realistic. Like, you don't have to win every race. Have it programmed that as long as he's top 3, you can move on. And then you can go back and then re-race and then become the best or something. That'd be cool. And have like an extra. He came from 3rd place and now he's the best. So you have like a little extra video about how he used to be the underdog. And the other videos like, he's a rookie sensation. He's won every single race he's ever been in or whatever. Ah, freak. I swear, they never mess up. I hate slowing down too, because when you slow down, you really slow down. Freak. I can't mess up twice. I think I can mess up once as long as it's early, but I can't mess up twice. That's still too much. Ah, freak. Man, I'm way behind. Come on, stop it. Get it. Come on, go. Come on. Oh. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Yes. Jeez, that was hard. I'll try this again. Oh, looks like I did it. Holy crap, I did it. Now, what the hell was I supposed to do after this? Hold on. It's crazy. This way? I did it. I don't know how I did it, but I did it. It's actually surprisingly hard to do. Apparently this is like a really good way to farm. Oh wait, I did something wrong. Wait, what did I do? Yeah, that's definitely a glitch or something. Like, I'm not a fan of doing stuff like this, but in this case, I might make an exception because I'll tell you why. Because you can't make any bolts in this game. How did I do that? I'll never figure out how I did that again. Seriously, now I'll never do it again. That's okay. I'm not that worried about it, but like, kind of fun in a weird way. So what you're supposed to do is visit a helicopter and then helicopter again, which is really hard to do. My question is, how do people figure this stuff out? Like seriously, how do you figure this out? I was never able to do the Jack and Daxter trick. The fact that I was able to do it at all. See, the fact that it put me back on my skateboard tells me that this is some kind of glitch. That right there is proof it's a glitch. It put me back on my skateboard where I belong. Because the game is like not recognizing. The game is not recognizing that I should be there. So it's a glitch. This is not easy to do. They make it look so easy on YouTube. Aha! I did it again. Okay, what did I do? What did I do wrong last time? I'm not sure. Abracadabra. Don't touch the green thing. Don't touch the green thing. I gotta admit that this is kind of fun. Don't touch the green thing. The green thing is death. Alright, so wait, is this the one? I think this is the one. So the trick is supposed to be, I'll show you the trick and you guys decide. This thing. Oh no, I'm not there yet. Sorry. The fact that I can kill those guys, it's kind of wild. There it is. Oh, they blow up instantly, just like they would in the. See, that definitely tells me that like this is not supposed to be happening. There you go. There we go. Where am I supposed to stand? There we go. Apparently, you can just keep on doing this. And let me tell you why I think this is not necessarily bad. There's no way to farm bolts. There's no way to farm bolts in this game. At all. There's 0 ways to farm bolts. Like, seriously. Even like the ratchet and clank thing I was showing you, like, that's something that's pretty legit. And then, like, I showed you that, like, the racing is pretty good, but there's seriously no way to really farm bolts. Like, none, 0, zip. So, unless you feel like playing this game for hours and hours and hours and hours, but it's good for you if you do, then I suggest giving up and doing this. Seriously, I have better things to do with my time than farm and farm and farm and farm. Oops. Oh. I almost walked off the edge. It's really hard for me to do. So, anyway, thanks for watching, guys.